Hello, hello. Happy Thursday. Oh, I am running so late today. Is it as late as I think it is? It is as late as I think it is. Cool. We're late. During yesterday's Kerbal stream, I was working on trying to implement a guidance algorithm from a couple of papers and some very, very horrible 1960s Fortran And I got to a point of kind of half understanding it, and I spent pretty much all of this morning going through and trying to understand it more, and I just completely lost track of time. I was lost in the sauce, deep in the unstructured Fortran. It was a great time. Do recommend. That video did not go up on YouTube because I showed a bunch of copyrighted papers and stuff on stream. Not that I necessarily think the IEEE is trying to copyright strike people on YouTube, but it's always better safe than sorry. So if you do want to see that, watch it on Twitch while the VOD is still there. Okay, enough of the self-promotion. What do we got today? I just updated this to-do list, like, right before sitting down to stream. So, I actually think this is the order. Last time, we got a couple of big achievements. We got prod modules going, and we have a few spares of those. Those will keep running every once in a while. We can see that we're pretty limited currently by... Oh, this is not running due to gearboxes. Interesting. Why aren't gearboxes running? Oh, other gearboxes. Okay. Do these take... Oh, I already prodded all of these. Okay. All of this stuff, because it runs... These machines don't run all the time anyway, so it's totally fine to just add prod modules to, like, every step of this process. Except the prod modules themselves. You're not allowed to prod modules. Who'd have thought? So we got prod modules done. We got those installed across Mechanical Parts 2 over there, and also across certainly all of the silicon parts of red circuits. I didn't prod some of these other things yet. Most of these are not that big of a deal. The other thing we might want to look into setting up prod on is the chain for optical fiber. Yeah, this will take prod modules, although we have plenty right now. We are going to need more once... Wow, I have so much. We're going to need more once we have blue science going. It's used in blue science in addition to in the red chips. So... but all of this is basically set to be able to run much more consistently. We're still waiting for hydrogen peroxide and, well, really for vanadium pentoxide. We can see here we have almost enough anthraquinone for delivery, and then that should push... it might take a couple loads of that to push hydrogen peroxide over the edge. So we've got a, and I think that next hydrogen peroxide delivery is going to go to etching solution, so we'll get etching solution started up. Etching solution is set, if my circuit conditions are right. Yeah, this just wants to run with... Once it has hydrogen peroxide, it'll request its lard. It's... specifically designed now to not just kind of constantly sit here spoiling ingredients. And then this guy... Oh, that is down here. Okay. It's got lubricant slowly chugging along from ash and fish oil, which is part of why our fish demand has been up, I think, is this. And we should probably think about looking at fish and our fish demand. What else did we do? Oh, in preparation for expanding our Zais, we made blood meal. This was the last build of Tuesday. So today, let's look back at the list. I have fixed fuel for antimony at the top of my list, and that is, I believe, still one of the more important things we can do. If we check this, we see that antimony oxide is just not... We're not bringing in fiber fast enough, even with this extra station reconfiguration. And, like, I think these will run on, like, any fuel. Yes. The only issue is that we just have to deal with the ash output from them. And we can probably find a place where we can route that ash to somewhere around here. I guess up here, worst case. So that's what I want to do, is I want to change this to requesting coke instead of fiber. And we will, we'll let that go. This may get one more delivery. Is this a fiber delivery? This is a fiber delivery, so it'll get one more delivery of fiber, and that's fine. And then we'll switch it over to coke. But we do have to get the ash output figured out for that. And the reason our fuel has become a problem there is because I put a bunch of prod modules into it, and I do still think that's the right thing because our antimony demand has been high. But that does mean that we need to be able to handle the higher fuel consumption, and we're just having trouble keeping up with that fuel consumption with fiber. But I think with feeding this coke, which is just a higher density fuel to begin with, and actually, is it? Solid fuel values. Coke, 5 megajoules. Fiber is 8 megajoules. Okay. So coke is a lower... Ooh. Let's double check this then before I make a mistake. So if we switch this to running on coke, in our worst case configuration, $30 coke a second. The problem with that is that we only have belts stacked to 3 right now. And if we go back to fiber, it's only 20-something a second. 20 a second, basically. So that will fit on a 3-high stacked 1 lane of a belt. But if we want to do it in coke, we're going to have to bring it out on a whole belt just dedicated to the coke, because it just needs more of it. But my hope here basically is that our coke production throughout the base is just so high, and we have coke in so many places, that even if we are consuming more coke, it'll still, you know, work for us. So how big is the belt of... The antimony grade 4 is 11 a second, and the plastic is 1 a second. Okay. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to have to bring down a separate belt alongside the plastic. That's just going to happen. Really? Plastic is only 1 a second? Okay. So that'll come down here. And then we're going to have to readjust all of this to handle... We're waiting for the fiber to be done. Once the fiber's out, we can finish making some adjustments here. But effectively, we will feed it the plastic through here, and then I have just enough space here for 6 outserters doing coke. Like that. Oh, I did a stupid. I started changing this end first. Let's not do that. I guess we can just do this. There's no sense waiting here. We can just throw the plastic right back in here. Okay, and then this all goes here, and that'll be a whole freaking belt of Coke. And here's where we need to get everything readjusted. Oh, and actually, you know what? This needs to be stacked because it is slightly more than 30 a second. So we're going to pull this down here. And we're going to do this with orange inserters. And then down here, we kind of need to readjust everything. Let's pull this back. There. And then we can take this belt, take our merger here, take this here. And then the Coke will come through here. Okay. So now each of these guys is pulling in, what, 11 items across 15 of them. So one long-handed inserter should be fine. But I think we're going to have to upgrade their fueling. Probably just to a single blue inserter should be enough. All right, that is staying caught up. Cool. This is not going to work. This needs to be stacked on this side of this belt. But I can achieve that, I think, with just... one stack inserter going to be enough, or do I need two? Find out. Do I have power anywhere near here? Yeah, we might need 2. Okay. We will see. Well, actually, that's pulling through the whole belt. If I get rid of one of these, is it still pulling through the whole belt, or is it going to start backing up? It is backing up. Okay. And I know this isn't actually a whole belt. This is only like 10 items a second, so we'll let it get unbacked up to its steady state, and then I guess I can see if we need 1 or 2 of them. I guess it doesn't hurt to just leave 2 of them. Whatever. And then, oh god! So that was cool. And actually, this isn't what I want. I want to do... And then we're going to have a different one that outputs here, which is our ash outserter. And this whole thing, its power. There's antimony out, ash out, and now we just have to route this ash belt to someplace useful. I'm gonna let this catch up on just the ash that it's throwing in here, and then I'll move that out by hand. I think the only place I have for an ash output is gonna be up here. So we are just gonna drop that here. But this is going to be like 30 ash a second, and ash is always big. Hey, Abaddon. Welcome in. Good to see you. So I'm going to switch this over to all stack inserters on this one. Because why not? Doesn't hurt. That does not look like KOS. I forgot to update my go live and my stream title today. Oops. There we go. Oh, it's a good day. I also just realized that this ash output is going to be wrong, because this does use, in the worst case, slightly more than 30 ash, even with just these machines, or slightly more than 30 coke. So I think that is going to have to mean that we use... I don't want to use stack inserters, but I think I'm going to have to. Okay. No worries. Thanks for stopping by. Wait, I missed one. There we go. And then, actually, I need to get rid of these outserters, too. Deconstruction planner. Alright, so what we're going to have to do is we're going to want to use stack inserters here. To get the ash out of this. And I am, like, out of those. Cool. So we're just going to have to ghost them in for now. So we'll have a stack inserter, which is filtered to ash. And then we will also have next to it, you filtered to the antimony oxide. And then we'll take out that and that. That will be our actual There we go. Cool. Now, with the ash, for like half of these, we do the standard thing there. And we'll also need to bring down ash from these ones. And that'll end up feeding to the output side of this. So 5, 6, 7, 8 there, and then 7 there, plus whatever comes from the top ones. That should be good enough. These ones run less often when the other one is actually running, so that's fine. Alright, and then this is going to have to zigzag because we are just out of space. And then our ash belt is... Let's see if we can route this out somehow. Alright, I think I caught the mute button in time there. If not, I apologize for the sneeze. It is gonna stink getting this routed out up here. Because we can't really come through here, so I think we're gonna have to come, like, maybe even up the middle here, which I really hate to do, but I don't see where else to put it. So yeah, let's just do that. Let's go up the middle. You know what? Let's do even further. Let's do it here. Oh, no, because I still can't go there. Never mind. We're just going to have a little bit of a zigzag when we get up to the top here. Kind of get ourselves out. So that should be the ash output belt. This needs to be flagged as high priority because it's a byproduct. Oh, and void logic. Ash stacks to 1,000. So that should be 10. No, 100 stacks is 100,000. I'm going to need a lot of stack inserters to get this running. Hopefully I have them at the mall up there. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, all this is full vash. Oh, and let's get the outputs figured out up here as well. Although these are much smaller quantities of fuel, even when they're being fully utilized. They're only going to output like 4 ash a second, like 2 each. Okay. And that's probably worth trying to readjust some of this stuff for. Yeah, let's change the whole way we're doing this, I think, is the answer here. This belt goes away. This belt goes away. That just connects through. Yay. Actually, that means I can do this now. This belt is now going to come up on this side. Because each of those needs... If these were running at full speed, that's 37.5 antimony pulp 2 per second. These need a total of 5.9 items a second. Which... 2 red inserters plus... Yeah, it's like 2.5 red inserters for the fuel plus the plastic. Which is what we want to be shipping up there. Which is just an annoying enough amount. Ooh, does that work up top? Nope, I've got that pipe there. But I think that works across all of them. Oh, nope, that's not going to work. Too many undergrounds. Okay. So that's fine. This one comes through. We'll just have to kind of do, like... Ooh, the spaghetti is getting real. Alright. That's fine. It does what we need it to do, which is get plastic and fuel on one belt. That all feeds in up here, and each of these will output up to... Yeah, like one inserter of... Oh, wait, we want to have the ash stacked. We'll do the same basic output down here, right? It's going to be this structure. And then we have our ash belt and our antimony belt. Both of which I think can just merge in here. And then the way belts work, priorities should just work themselves out. Because if these are outputting and they're on the belt, then they will be taken before whatever's being output from the other machines. Or anything that this puts on the belt will block the other machines from outputting, is really what I want to say. This is going to be dumping too much coke in this direction at first, by the way. This whole thing needs to, like, rebuffer and back up for the system to function. But it'll get there. Bunch of antimony grade 4, which I think is what goes into these guys. And a bunch of fiber, which I'm going to have to find a use for. So yeah, the hope, again, is that we have enough different sources of coke that we can keep this full despite the, like, demand for over a belt of coke all at once. And I do think we can. Or, sorry, over 2 belts of coke all at once. I'm a little concerned that we don't seem to have fuel going as far down as I expected to, but I think these might just be buffering up their fuel still. Yeah, they are. All right. So yeah, we need all of our stack inserters now, which is like 15 there, 16, 17, plus a bunch more over at the ash station. Hopefully, we have some available. We do not. Why not? Oh, we have no engines. Well, That stinks. And engines are still the usual small parts, copper, etc., etc. No trains with that stop. Is copper working right? Yes. I mean, we have some copper demand. This is tinned cable. This is actually on the way already, whatever this is. This one's got to be small parts. Yep. I wonder if it's worth rebuilding small parts with prod in mind. That would probably be worthwhile, because, like, our copper and iron demand is still terrible. Although, when we're prodding all this stuff, we do have to keep an eye on our power consumption, right? That is important. Because we do need to keep the headroom available for the, for the particle accelerator we need for batteries down here. Although currently that's totally saturated, so woo! Bakelite. Did I fix Bakelite? I know I saw that there was an issue with it, and I did something on the map, but I don't remember if that map fix was sufficient to actually fix it. Okay. It may have just been that it needs logs, and we did expand logs the other day as well. So, if these are running, and they're not because we're out of CO2. Yeah, I don't want to push the train limit at this much higher without, like, readjusting it to have actual stacking space. But did not expect CO2 to end up being so much of a problem. I'm actually surprised we're caught up on the Muddy Sludge side. Muddy Sludge has been the thorn in our side for keeping this running for the most part. Now it's CO2. Oh boy. Yeah. We still might want to put some CO2 or some Muddy Sludge on site, just with, like, top-up valves to supplement what we get off of rails. Because it's really hard to consistently get that much fluid into this build. Yeah, let's try to reduce our copper usage so that more copper can come to the main base and run the things here that need to be run. Because, like, we can't prod any of this, so they don't take, the burner assemblers don't take modules. So let's figure out small parts. Let's also see what our, like, small parts requirements are. Advanced small parts needs 1 a second. Mech parts 1 needs 5 a second, so that's already 6 a second. 6.75. 8, a little over 9. Let's call it 10 a second. Oh, and we're only making 8 a second. Okay. Well, that's part of why this is never catching up. And we can only prod some stages of this. Yeah. But if we scale this now for a belt of iron plate in, right? That gets us, I think, enough small parts to actually run everything that'll have demand for them. We're gonna need, what's our shopping list? 16 automated factories. How many are currently at small parts? 11, so we're gonna need 5 more. We'll also need to readjust our positioning. So we'll request 5 automated factories. I mean, what are our other big copper plate users? Air core inductors, 4 a second. Big but not huge. Printed circuit substrate, 2 a second. Vacuum tubes? No. Lamps? Okay, yes. And we can prod the copper cable factories at lamps. Yeah. Drop down 1 more factory. Save half a copper per second. Worth it. Tinned cable is probably a huge consumer. Yeah. Oh, and we can prod both steps of this. Let's see. What is that going to be? We want 11.55, I think would be 7 assemblers worth. Yes, or we go down to the 6 assemblers worth, which is 9.9. Yep, and that's what we would get. What's our demand for tinned cable? That is the question. Electrolytic capacitors, 4 a second. Microchips, 1.5 a second, so 5.5 a second. 9.5 per second. Okay, so if we just drop these prod modules in place on tinned cable, I think it'll just still work for the rest of the base. Cool. So we'll prod small parts. Sorry, I realized I was not showing YAFC. Tinned cable here. I was trying to figure out if we wanted to add 1 more assembler to tinned cable. But it looks like our demand for tinned cable is fine, that this will work as is. And then we'll we'll grow it later if we have to. So 2 prod modules here, and then in small parts, 13 prod modules, so like 15 of them in total. We could look at air core inductors. They do take prod modules at multiple steps, so that is also an option to try to reduce our consumption. But this is not as big as our some of our other uses. And lamp, we definitely want another automated factory and these 4 prod modules on. So the question is, how many prod modules do we have available? Because we need like 20 of them for all the things that I just said I want to do. And I'm going to bet we don't have that many. We have half that many. So small parts needs... how many of them? 13. Okay, so let's not do small parts immediately then. As much as I would like to. I think we'll do tinned cable, because this is only... oh no, that's like 12 prod modules. We don't have 12 of them even. Well, we can do lamp at least. That's only 4. Oh, I have 5. Okay, we can do tinned cable. Okay. Let's do tinned cable. And then I will add it to my to-do list here. Prod. Small parts. Prod lamp. Because those all will need several prod modules that I just don't have right now. I could try to figure out what it would take to get a few more built, and honestly, I might be able to just hand feed the necessary components around down there. There's gonna be stuff that is going to... prod modules are not the prioritized pathway right now for all of the things being made, and maybe they should be, but they're not. So there's going to be components that are backed up both on their way to... what do you need? Electronics? Yeah. So there's going to be electronics backed up here somewhere. But also if I find where we're making electronics and check here... yes, there we go. So this should get us the rest of the prod modules we need. I think everything else, there's at least some of these stacked up here. Yeah. So we'll get another 30 or 40 prod modules out of this, but we'll start again with tinned cable because that is easy. And we just have to drop the prod modules in place on this one. Although, what? Tinned cable is 12 of them. Let me double check this. Yeah. Tinned cable is 12. Small parts is 13, so that's 25. And lamp is 4. So 29 in total. And we've got 18. So 11 more will get built over time. I think with my 18, I have enough to do 2 things, actually. Four plus 12 is 16, so I can do tinned cable and lamp. Or I can do... or I could do small parts and lamp. You know what? Let's do small parts and lamp, because I want to get small parts rebuilt anyway. Because small parts and lamp are both ones that need... oh, I didn't get my factories. Never mind. Let's do tinned cable. Because everything else needs more factories, and I'm actually going to need one more for lamp, I think. And then if I need to add one more machine to tinned cable, I think I can. But for now, that will help with our copper demand. Let's get back to base. Let's get these automated factories that we need. I didn't realize those hadn't been delivered to me by the bots. Oh, do we not have automated factories available? Ruh-roh. No shafts. And no shafts down here, probably because no small parts. Yes. I don't really want to start requesting shafts from the rail base right now. Can I find... Yep, there are none in there. Oh, because it's searching for ingredients. Oh, I have some already. I have shafts? Oh, I have heaps of shafts. Okay, cool. Problem solved. All right, there's the automated factories we need. Got 6 prod modules. Let's go to lamps, because I think lamps are closer. And then we will head back down, we'll grab a few more prod modules, and we'll fix small parts up. Where do I make lamp? I make lamp here. Okay. Oh, and of course, I did this direct insertion style. Why am I like this? And it is going to be an ad break in just about half a minute. I will go ahead and finish figuring out this. I think it's still, unfortunately, 3 outserters per building. Maybe it's only 2. Let's see what YAFC has to say. Oh, nope, just 1.4. Okay, cool, perfect. There we go. Beautiful. So I'm going to run on down while the ad is going, grab the last prod modules, and when we're back from the ad, we can do the small parts upgrade as well to have that be prodded. Let's head up to small parts. It looks like we are not quite there on getting etching solution up and running, but it's really close, so that is nice. We're just gonna have to like rebuild this whole thing, so we'll figure that out. I don't really know what I was trying to do with this layout. It's very compact, but it's a little weird, so... And we're just waiting for the ad break to finish up. And then we can get this rebuilt. What else can I check in the meantime? Log, stopped on CO2. And we're back from the ad. Thanks for hanging around, folks. Let's turn this off. I probably should have done that before the ad break. Just the more of this, like, clears its buffers, the less garbage I end up with in my inventory, right? That's kind of the situation here. Actually, those guys can stay. We're going to do one more of them. So we'll clear a bunch of the stick stuff, and we will do one more gear factory. Those make a total of 4.7 gears a second, so that is fine for one side of a belt. And they all get prodded. And then bolts to screws, and then copper wire. Let's get gears hooked back up. Can go ahead and drop the prod module in. Oh no, these ones can't take prod. It's just the smaller pieces that take prod. All right. We're going to need how many making... We're going to need 5 machines making sticks now. Well, 4.3 of them. So let's clear out here. There we go. And that just leaves the copper cable, which is now coming out of also like 4.3 machines. So, yeah, basically the same thing. We're going to swap this over to... something like that. And again, prod modules. Five, 3 making gear wheels. Yes. Oh, we're stopped because we're actually full, but that's okay. Cool. I guess we could check advanced small parts too to see if those are proddable. I don't know how much that'll actually save us in materials. Guess it doesn't hurt. Is any part of this proddable? Oh, advanced small parts are proddable. Normal small parts aren't, but advanced small parts are. All right. So we do that, it would be 2.475 a second. Can't prod that one. Can prod that one. Can prod that one. So 3 machines making sticks. 4, 5. What are we actually currently doing? 4 machines making sticks. Plus the belt, plus this machine. I mean, I don't think we need the whole 3 of them per second, right? Oh, unified science, 0.025 a second. Okay. Oh, we can prod science, too. We should really think about doing that for some of these things. But like, mech parts 2 is just 2 a second. Electric engines is, well, 1 a second. So that is like 3 a second. So maybe if we want to prod these, we want to go up to... whoops, that was wrong. 9, sorry. It was 2.475. Yes. So that is 4.95. There we go. Another belt machine, another, oh, it's a whole nother bolt machine, a whole nother automated factory, 6 stick machines. That's quite a bit bigger. I think we're going to stick with the 3 for now, and I'm not going to bother prodding this stage. It would be cool to prod this stage. Like, stainless steel is not exactly cheap for us. But it's also not cheap. Like, it's not that expensive, so... And I'm much more concerned about, like, our bigger consumers. Oh, yeah, those are still broken. And they're still broken because we're still not getting copper or enough copper to this part of the base. We're not getting copper to this part of the base because... Oh, there's some. And there's more coming. All right. That's great. Cool. So with small parts, well, small parts was about to back up anyway, but especially now that it's prodded, our overall copper demand is going to be quite a bit lower, and yeah. Looking at these. All right, I prodded intermetallics. That's good. I can't prod vitralloy. I can't prod vitralloy. I can't prod that. Any of these other weird alloys that I can or can't prod? I'm gonna guess no for most of them. Ooh, I can prod nichrome. I don't know if that's worth it. Neither nickel nor chromium is all that in demand, and like there is a pretty decent power cost to do in this thing. It's like 10 megawatts per prod module. So the more of them we deploy, the more power we're going to use. But I think that is pretty good for some fixes there. Now we just kind of have to wait for the mall here to get itself caught up again. Yeah, steam engines are going to need to accumulate. Apparently more of these guys are used in something. And then motors and pumps, right, are always constantly behind. Yeah, this is still kind of bursty, the copper. Yeah, we're getting deliveries reasonably frequently, but still not, you know, until we're saturated, it's going to have a hard time backing up. But this is also the copper that's going to feed, like, duralumin and intermetallics, so that these buffers accumulate again, although we are now requesting intermetallics from the rail base as well to supplement that. Not duralumin. Maybe I should be requesting duralumin here too. That's a different problem. But that stuff's not going to start accumulating again until I finish fixing antimony. And that will happen based off of getting small parts through here all the way to motors, or to engine units, right? Because literally engine units from this provider chest are what get brought up to this requester chest to make my stack inserter. So this has to be running for us to have stack inserters. But we can see that, like, several of these are fully buffered. I mean, okay, belts are a little iffy, but those will fill up quick. Inserters are still catching up, but red inserters are done. So, like, some things are okay. And just the way this mall is built, obviously things prioritize left to right, because we're just doing splitters one after another. And there's not a lot that I can do about that to make it a more fair system without rebuilding this whole thing, and I'm not rebuilding this whole thing. But, like, these are going to buffer pretty quickly. If there's no longer massive demand from the bot mall for these machines, then they'll fill up. And as long as we still have, yeah, these kind of big slugs of copper coming through the system, we'll get there. We'll get there soon. Oh, I don't want to just sit here watching the mall try to turn itself back on, but, like, it's really good to see more copper making its way through this whole system, right? Apparently lamps need to even reaccumulate. Ouch. Okay. So yeah, there's still a lot that needs to turn back on in this system. But, like, lamps here should rebuffer relatively quickly. I don't remember what uses lamps down here. Probably like Zogna or something like that. Hey, it's Zogna. So that's going to be pretty low lamp demand, and this will rebuffer itself without too much effort. And that's only grabbing copper that doesn't get grabbed by this part anyway, so it's not a big deal. Although it would be nice, when this backs up more here, we'll see the rest of this copper back up, and then we won't end up with as many, like, pauses. And that will help with our overall small parts throughput. But, like, yeah, look at that. This is already just about done with with steam engines. Electric mining drills only stack to 50. So then, then the small parts will get past those and go up to whatever is up here that this goes to. Oh, bots. Yeah. That's fine. Because this won't try to run. Not immediately, anyway. So it'll take a minute for that to all fully back up, I guess. But, like, the point is that we're getting there. Yeah. This belt is already backed up all the way to here. Feels good. It feels really good. Oh, and the copper is starting to accumulate. This copper is coming past faster than these can use it. I didn't realize that. Hey, small parts moving past on this belt, and then those are going to start to buffer. So yeah, and then really as soon as all that buffers, the next big consumers of small parts before we get to engines and pumps, which is the things that I really care about, because we've been without pumps for way too freaking long. Mechanical inserters, yellow inserters are going to use a bunch of small parts as they get themselves back to up again. Belts here, since they only have one outserter, can't run at full speed and will run pretty slowly and have already backed up. Look at that. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Yeah, and this is starting to back up. Copper is... Do we have another thing of copper coming through? We do! Love to see it. Really love to see it. And then at some point, we will actually start to accumulate enough copper plate backed up in the belt base again, in the mall, that copper can even slow down on the production side, and that would be fun to see. Alright, well, this is good. It's not great, but it's good. We're getting there. Yeah, copper's just starting to come through again. Probably that's about the end of this load. A little bit more. Okay. So, trying to do things more that are actually useful. We did finish the tech we were waiting for. Let's double check. Science is not broken. don't think it is. I think it's just, oh, yep, there's its delivery. Perfect. You would think with, and I guess it just depends on our delivery request thresholds and how long it takes for trains to dispatch, but it does seem like we always kind of are stuck waiting a little bit for one science pack when that science pack runs out. I think Pi Science 1 is still kind of catching up because various things involved in it have been broken over time. Basic substrate. Oh, look, basic substrate is currently broken. Logs? No, moss. And that's, I mean, I assume just because our logs are still not really keeping up. Zero trains with this stop. Yeah, that's a problem. So I think our CO2 is maybe not quite keeping up with our overall demand. And that is bottlenecking our logs. A bunch of our CO2 is byproducts, but we also do have the Moondrop CO2 down here. Something that I could probably do if I haven't done it already, yeah, that would be an easy upgrade, is I do have Moondrop 2's modules here somewhere. I have lots of them. So we could go ahead and upgrade our Moondrop CO2 to the second tier Moondrops. And that ought to help keep that more full for our overall demand. Not this one. Moondrops here. How many modules do I need if I just want to upgrade the existing build and nothing else? 10 machines, each with 16 Moondrops is 160. Okay. Here, we should be able to do an upgrade planner. From Moondrop to Moondrop 2. Cool. And let's just get that done in YAFC, just so we know that we did it. Maybe not? I apparently never put that in YAFC. Cool. Doesn't really matter. It's supplemental and it has no other inputs, so, like, But yeah, look at that. It's really going now. All right, that is progress there. We do still want to do the bigger Zai build. And that may be our next actual, like, goal. Ooh, no blood. There's blood on the way. All right. Because that is not a lot of blood meal. I'm not sure what our blood, like, production or what our blood demand is like outside of blood meal. So we might have to... I mean, Augs give you quite a bit of blood, as I recall. I think Augs are one of the better things for blood, and we're already kind of going at them hog wild. So I don't necessarily want to... We can slaughter more. I don't remember what we have. We have 12 here. But I think we could go up to, like, 20-something and still have, like... still be keeping up with our production. So that's definitely something that we can consider if we end up needing more blood, is increasing the AUG processing rate. Ooh, shells are going to become a problem very soon, so we should definitely be thinking about them. And then, as always, I'm kind of constantly checking on the state of our vanadium. Yeah, 1 or 2 more deliveries of arthropod blood should get us to... finally seeing etching solution turned on again. How close are we to that? Pretty close. Xi machines are currently running. So, might hit that. Apparently the, Archod Venom is running too. Fantastic. Oh yeah, because I had messed up a signal on this. So this got low. So the Archod Venom is running sort of in catch-up mode for a little while. Cool. I don't think that load is going to be the one that's finally going to get everything going again. I think we're going to have one more load of arthropod blood after that. So, not holding my breath yet, but we're getting there. This is fully backed up. This is backed up. Oh, did these back up fully too? Look at it. Things are actually running. Pumps are starting to happen. Huge. You know, at every step here, there's more and more pieces that depend on this like one belt of small parts eventually making its way down to the very end. So it's gonna take a while for things to reaccrue, reaccumulate, as the small parts make their way through the whole mess. But again, every time one of these earlier stages, like, backs up and reaches a... Every time one of these previous stages backs up, reaches saturation, that is an opportunity for, other things to run more quickly. So, and especially now, it looks like we've pretty much reached the point of other copper demand has saturated, which I think means that this is going to start backing up, and I think that means that the whole thing is going to start running a lot more consistently soon, which is really cool. Yeah, it's not backed up yet. And the copper going down this way is still basically coming out at a full half belt, so... But you do see it kind of stopping and jittering every once in a while, and that is a good sign. It still is going to be a hot minute before I think these can turn on and run, though, because pumps are being pulled out of here for Logi requests, I think. Can I do that? Can I... If I search logistics... No, I could search for entities transporting them. If I search for ingredient pump... Yeah, various of these use pumps and are not fully backed up yet. Yeah. And I'm going to assume most of them use more than one pump, because that's how Pyanodon's is. Buildings are expensive. So it's going to be a while of pumps being sent up here before we end up with pumps and engine units finally accumulating down here, unfortunately. You know, if each of these uses, okay, 5 pumps, and we need another half a dozen of them, that's 30 pumps there. 25 times 5, that's like 100 pumps. The Xi pools, oh, which we're going to need a bunch of, so I'm glad these are almost built. But that's like 4 pumps, that's another like 20 pumps. Rectisols are 2 pumps, and we need like 20 of those, so that's another 40 pumps. So we're at like 250 pumps, right? And that's, each pump is 1 engine, I think. And each engine takes 15 seconds. Well, you know what? Let's do that. Is that actually worth it? Because we might be inserter limited here for small parts. You know what? Yeah, changed my mind. Because, yeah, this does eventually run out of small parts. So we are inserter limited. But like, okay, 15 seconds, 30 seconds times 250 is like 2 hours for us to catch up on pump demand. If this was actually running continuously, and it's not. So, you know, there's also the fluid mining drill demand. How is that? Are those almost caught up? Yeah, sort of. Sort of. So fluid mining drills might start reaccruing down here soon. Not quite yet, obviously. But again, it's like, which of these, and I'm actually going to limit this to just one stack, because this is not a thing that we ever use anymore. It's just for ingredients for other buildings. But as we're, you know, waiting for things to accumulate, right? Kind of watching each of these splitters and being like, all right, where does this path go? 37 mechanical parts, all right. And then up here, I think this is the one that feeds, like, yeah, this feeds brakes and shafts and gearboxes? Gearboxes don't take small parts directly, okay. But we're feeding, like, brakes and shafts here. Those need to reaccumulate. Here, let's go drop off some small parts from my inventory just to help the system a little bit. But it does seem like we're like 2 hours away from engine units catching up still, and that means we're 2 hours away from having having a brain fart. We're 2 hours away from getting the stack inserters that we need, which is less than ideal, but it is what it is. I don't know why I still have those on my hotbar. I don't ever use them that consistently. But here we go. I'm going to upgrade this just because I hand-fed it. And, like, yes, normally it wouldn't run that consistently. You know what I could do? Is if we drop down at engine units here... Where are they? Here. There we go. Oh, and the bots are bringing me stuff, so now everything I was saying about all this being nicely backed up is, of course, no longer true. We're also not getting copper, so let's make sure copper didn't break again. Oop. Nope, it's running. It's just something else pulled a copper load briefly, and that is fine. Oh, small parts again. Interesting. Thought small parts were, like, backed up, but I guess this will still pull basically a whole belt of iron and half a belt of copper when given the opportunity. And what do we see? Where's our copper actually going? This is circuit boards, I think. Okay, there is one finally going to small parts. I don't know what this is. Oh, utility boxes. Okay. Iron Nexilid Antimony Special Alloys. Probably blocked on antimony. And antimony is still broken, because I broke it. Alright, this should help engines run more consistently. Maybe not quite at the full double speed, but maybe we'll only be like an hour and a half before they actually run instead of, or before we catch up instead of like 2 hours. I just don't really know what I can work on when I don't have reliable... I guess my other inserter types are reliable. It's just the orange inserters that are like not. So as long as I don't need orange inserters, I can do whatever I want. Let's get the shell limestone sink done. I think that is important. Let's clean up some of this mess from me trying to figure out where my copper was going. There we go. Void shell to lime. Okay, so that's just 5 ball mills, and it turns 2 shells into 10 lime. That's easy. Get rid of some of these deconstruction and upgrade planners that I made. Yep. Now we are rebuffering belts and... Oh, not belts. Belts are okay, but rebuffering inserters. I apparently have a pump that's being brought to me, which is just so wild. So yeah, our demand on small parts has returned, which is going to slow down this. But we can get this running just a little bit faster. Just a little bit faster. It'll, What? Oh. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to just drop the belts that I had in my inventory off there, not the whole everything. Brakes here. Throw those in. That's trash. I think everything else I've got is pretty much normal. Yes. So the only things I'm missing at this point, pumps, of course, and stack inserters. And that is just all engine units. Like, it's all engine units all the time. I guess if I really wanted stack inserters, I could turn off this inserter for now, so we stop making pumps. Because I suspect that if I search for engine unit as an ingredient, there are some up in the mall, but not as many. What am I doing? Shell void, right. We make the shells down here. Do I have... I only need 2 spots for train stations for this, so if I can sneak it in down here somewhere... What is this? Oh, this is just a tar mine. Yeah, we could tuck it right here next to Yadal's and Zai's, ironically enough. I think that will work. I don't see why that wouldn't work. Right here. All right. Solid drop off. Solid pickup. Double check the shell station here. Oh, I didn't actually set up the void signal for it yet. Okay. Let's go do that first. And that way we'll start to get some deliveries of shells and start to get that side unblocked while this end gets built out. Greater than 10,000. V. All right. Now that should get routed up to... If we check... There we go. Shells incoming. 1 train load. And that means... Over here, we just have to build up our ball mills. So this is only 2 shells a second that this will void. So we can do something real simple. Nope, not there either. And then this lime output needs to be marked as high priority for sure, because we have other lime. And if we don't pull from this first, then this will back up. Our other lime up here, not currently running. I don't know how much lime this can make. 2 times 5, 10 a second. Oh dear. My concern is that we can't actually use this much lime. But, at least for now, we're taking care of it. I think if I had to, I could make like a lime to concrete sink again. Which might also help with my gravel / saltwater problems that I was having, although that appears to be fine now. Yeah. I mean, we got space to spare, we're not backed up on gravel, so, yeah. This belt is gonna back up, because these unload faster than these will pull, that's fine. I just set it up as a 2-sided belt because I could, not because it mattered. And that is going to help with our shells for now. Why is our void guts not voiding? Are we backed up? Yes, we are backed up. I also didn't change this label when I changed this to be a chlorine void instead of an HCl void. So we should fix that. That's actually, I can make this also overflow because I do have like a chlorine to tailings down here. Oh, which will also use gravel. That would be cool. This should be high priority because it's necessary for the chlorine void. And it should request more stacks. I want this to always have enough gravel so that when we send chlorine here, it can be immediately voided. So I think we go up top and we add the right void logic to chlorine. I'll run up there during the ad break, and then we'll get the actual change done when we get back from the ads. What am I doing? Right, overflow here. That's a fluid overflow. We'll copy that from... And that should make its way down to here. Eventually. I think I need another depot. All right, but the ad is running. I'm going to step away and get some more water for just a minute, and I'll see everyone when I return. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging out through the ad break. So we're getting a bunch of these train unexpectedly return to the depot errors. And I think I determined last time, yeah, I can see it here. Our depots are super full. We don't have enough depot slots for all of the trains that are going in and out of the depots. When we have higher demand and all of our trains are in use, they're flying around and they're not sitting in the depots, but our demand has slowed down enough that it has become a problem. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab that, and we need to find a good spot to drop a new depot. As far as where we were going to grow our rail network, like our depots are here, here, and here right now. We don't really have one to the south. And what I wanted to do was take the network down around this lake, and then I was going to add another line like over here. So I think what we should do is we should just do the expansion around the lake, at least get it blueprinted in. And then we can double the... Here, let's request a bunch more rails. Let's request a bunch more rail signals. Let's head back to base and let's see how many of those the bots can deliver to us. And then we'll go drop a bunch of rail. And I should also grab asphalt so that we can deliver so that we can try to maintain our roads as we're going instead of having to go back and do a pass on them afterwards. I have been trying to be good about doing that. So there we go. Heaps of rails. And signals I can probably also grab, although the bots may bring most of those to me directly already. Yeah. Signals, check. A bunch of rail, check. Let's go grab asphalt, which is all the way down there. Okay. Guess we'll go out this way, and then we'll swing back around. Asphalt, and we'll just grab... Okay, maybe not quite that much. Now from over here, we can just start getting our rails figured out and get everything hooked up. I'm not going to do this part over the lake because that's just a heap of landfill that I don't want to deal with right now. But we will start from here, basically. And then I have to kind of decide where I want to... I think one more and then we turn. But I have to decide where I want to actually put the new depot as well. That's going to be a whole decision-making process. I guess we could have gone down one further south, but... And I think my poor construction bots are very lost. Is that right? Do those look lined up? Those look lined up. it's not lined up, I've done something horribly wrong somewhere, and I'm going to be very, very, very sad. And it lines up! I didn't completely screw up! So, with that in place, I wonder if just, like, right in here somewhere is a good spot for the depot, because it's kind of a funky corner. And there isn't obviously... Oop, bots. If I turn you off, will you all just kind of charge and then come back to me? Yes. And then we'll wander over to where we actually want to be working right now, and we'll let the bots kind of start from a reasonable place. Still missing 11 of them somewhere. I mean, chances are they're in the middle of that lake or something. Oh, there's some. All of them? Yay, it's all of them. Cool. So yeah, this monstrosity needs to fit... Oh, right here. I did paste it correctly. Cool. Let's turn on the RoboPort. Like, as soon as these stations get built, we're going to get some errors about not being able to get deliveries routed, but that's okay. We'll get that figured out. Ooh, the thing I didn't check was if I had enough stations. I forgot about how many stations we were going to need to do a depot build. So we might have to swing by base for some more parts. Which, like, is fine. But here, let's let the bots fill in as much of this as they can. Oh, and I'm out of chain signals as well. Cool. And the reason to build another depot rather than expand my current ones, I don't think I mentioned this, is that this path here, the paths where the trains come in and out, really become contention points when you have a bunch of stackers like this. So we want to make sure that we are not creating too much contention at each depot, otherwise it's going to cause delivery delays. So it's making sure that our... Oh, and actually, you know what? I think since this wasn't powered... we're not going to have any issues until we actually get it connected. Cool. Yeah, and I'm running low on landfill. I'm glad I decided not to do... I'm glad I decided to hold off on doing the paving until I had all of this connected. because we would have used up all of our landfill before we could build this. Think that's right. That looks aligned with the bottom here. These jagged edges are from things that are related to our... What's the word I'm looking for? Fuel delivery system. So that's always a little weird. But, all right. Are these ones good to go now? One of these should be requesting coal. Yes, and there are multiple trains ready to deliver coal into the new depot. We already have trains using the new depot. All right. Good to see. Oh, interesting. Really? Is that true? Yeah, there's no way to get to here from here without going through here. Maybe I should fix that. But for now, I think it's fine. I think that the trains will go through here, like, if they have to, past a station. So yeah, I need chain signals, I need undergrounds, I'm gonna need lots of landfill. This is one of my least favorite things, is how easy it is to mess up that, What are you? Why are you here? When you mess up placing tiles, you have to undo them, like, one at a time, like that. And as always, when we lay down highways, we kind of go back and forth a little bit. We hand place whatever tiles we can, and then we let the bots fill in whatever needs landfill, and we let the bots clean out rocks and trees and debris. I'm going to run out of landfill in my inventory, so we will have to pick up more landfill on the way by. But depot is already in use, so we did need more depot capacity. It's good to see. I don't totally know, like, what interaction of behaviors causes Cybersyn to start flashing that, like, returned to depot unexpectedly when the depots are too full. But it is definitely a thing that happens, so. We are out of landfill. Cool. Do we still have landfill sort of like leftover stored over here where we were doing... Nope. We do still have a bunch of concrete leftover stored here. That's good to know. But I will probably need to do more landfill myself. We can check how landfill is doing on the belt base. I should also check on the concrete in the belt base, because when that gets over full, stuff breaks. I cannot wait until none of this stuff is important anymore. Concrete is... not quite totally backed up, but getting there, so I should move some. I have so much concrete that I need to, like, use at some point. Oh, yeah. We can get a few thousand landfill. Here, let's just do that. We're gonna need it. And then rail signals and... more rail itself. Yep. And I'll probably need to grab more asphalt, but we'll do that after the fact. Let the bots empty some of the crud from our inventory. How are we doing? May as well check these things while we're waiting. That is still sitting at 22,000. Vanadium pentoxide is... oh, really? 50 away. All right. Oh, and we're going to get that. We just got a delivery of arthropod blood. So vanadium pentoxide is going to do a delivery shortly. Which... is that going to be enough to push this over the edge? Yes, that should turn into a delivery of anthraquinone, and that should turn into a delivery of hydrogen peroxide, and that should finally turn etching solution back on. So we're only a few steps away from that, like, actually catching up. Up here, how are things doing? We still have copper, that is a good sign. Pumps are still being used as quickly as we make them, I think, which means engine units still have not accumulated. Although, I've gotten a bunch of the pumps in my requests over the course of just standing here, so we're at least making them consistently. Probably them ending up in my inventory is not super helpful right now, but that's a different issue. Alright, that's enough stuff. Let's get back down and let's keep building train tracks. And I know sitting around waiting for the bots to, like, clear things and put down tiles and whatever else feels a little tedious, but it is going to save us so much time. Every time I have skipped this step, I have wasted so much time just running around back and forth on bare ground, and it's just not worth it. Do it right, make the road, or make the highway for ourselves. Oh, still not enough stations. That's okay. And then deconstruction planner. And then we let the bots catch up to us and kind of go back and forth over the whole thing. Let the bots do their piece. They are all over the place right now. Their assignments are all kind of weird because I've been running back and forth, but they'll figure it out in a second. It is always so satisfying watching the bots just go for it, though, isn't it? So I think, yeah, we do still need some more stations here to fully populate this this depot. But other than that, making pretty good headway on getting all this laid out. I don't know if we're going to have enough asphalt. We'll probably have enough landfill. We might run low on other things as we go through this. We might have to make one more trip to the mall just to filling in the corners helps me move a little more quickly through like the whole it just helps me move a little more quickly. When you're moving fast between the exoskeletons and the landfill and the asphalt, it's really easy to end up where you can't really take a tight corner. So this this helps. And the deconstruction planner. Clear out any rocks or trees. And this leg is done. Are we out of rail signals again? We are not. That is good. So let's go down this way. We'll get all of this stuff put down, and then we'll go back up, and we'll go back and forth across this last leg. Then we'll be done with this, this whole endeavor. Oh, I am out of big electric poles. Which is fine for now. Nothing here needs power. We got power to the new depot from this side. Everything we're building here at this point is just kind of for the sake of having the trains connect correctly around. I will want to put radars, which means we will want the electric poles to be correct and connected through. So that's going to be like 1, 2, 3, 4 radars that we need to do, maybe? It's easier to do those on the grid when I can, like, see them or see the other ones. Oh, dear. All right. Really does not want to go up and over, does it? My concern is that if it doesn't go up, it's gonna... Well, as long as it doesn't have to break the line of power poles, we're okay. And the deconstruction planner, clear out any rocks and trees. But we are definitely going to have to go get more power poles and rail signals, it looks like. And then we'll be able to get the radars in place once we have power poles. Shockingly enough, we seem to have enough rail. Is kind of surprising to me. I'm not sure why that's surprising to me. I grabbed, like, several thousand, but it is still surprising. Ooh, some of those guys were really lost. I think that is everything except power poles and radars. Let's go see how we're doing on power poles. Depending on what the belt base is currently out of, power poles may be an issue, but let's see what we got up here for big power poles, wherever we make them. All we really needed was the power poles to finish this thing and get radars hooked up. So, oh, and rail signals. Did I get many rail signals? I did. So let's just go get that part done. Did I get stations as well? I did get some train stops. Cool. That will also help. But yeah, given how far away this depot is from so much of the base, you can definitely tell how busy our depots are, that like trains are getting stored down here, right? So I'm glad we took the time to do an additional depot. One more radar. Should just tuck right in here if my radar grid is correct. Oh, and it is. It always feels so good when you don't do things wrong. There we go. That is new path around the bottom. That also nicely links up everything here that needs like red circuits and silicon stuff to this part of the base. Should be a little more direct, maybe. Maybe it's about the same. Yeah, happy to see it. Gonna sneeze, one moment. Woo! How are we doing here? We've got Anthraquinone, about to hit a delivery. Oh, and we already have some running in here. Oh, this delivered somewhere, and it wasn't here. See, and this is why I'm unconvinced about... Like, I only have a couple of stations that request peroxide. 2 of them, in fact. And this one, I think, has gotten the past couple of deliveries. And I suspect... Again, I'm not sure why. Like, why am I seeing starvation here when I know that we're supposed to have round-robin behavior from... from CyberSyn. It is perplexing. Fortunately, our other anthraquinone consumer is saturated, so, like, it's all going to go to hydrogen peroxide. But it takes a couple deliveries of anthraquinone to get us a peroxide delivery. And I'm not sure if we're going to have enough vanadium pentoxide for it. Like, did this get a sulfuric or a phosphoric delivery in the interim that made it look like... priority set weird? Oh, the priorities. Why did I do that? No wonder this has been busted. Well, that'll do it. And, like... we need lead acetate, but we don't need it that much. We need other things, too, is really the... And, like, we have enough here for another delivery, and that'll help keep... So lead acetate feeds into the antimony pulp, and the antimony pulp is also needed for silicon processing, so, like... I think I was doing something intentional when I set that priority. But it's obviously not what we need right now. And, like, eventually we would saturate on lead acetate, but geez, that would take forever. But yeah, I think we're going to need 2 more trains of anthraquinone over here to peroxide, and then finally it'll turn etching solution on. Jeez. I can't believe... Well, actually, I can believe that priority has been wrong the whole time. I do stuff like that all the time. So our new power plant is obviously effectively blocked on complex circuits and mechanical parts being done. Which is blocked on this. So, it's... prioritizing this is important, and then, as far as getting to chemical science after that, we do still have some alien life stuff that we need to start bootstrapping. I want to start researching those techs, kind of, as soon as we have the new power done, I guess. And then, yeah, we've got muckmocks here, which also need bedding that comes from Grodd. And then for Paraline, we're going to need Navens. And I think that's it as far as new alien life stuff that we haven't done yet. So those are important things to get set up and to get the research started on. Other than that stuff, really the only thing left is nuclear, and we do need better power for nuclear. So if we go in here, we can probably say, like, Grodd, Muckmocks. Ooh, and chemical science pack. Okay, so I already have Navens researched. I should think about Navens then. Oh, these are not cheap. Four module slots. So if I wanted to make enough, one codex each, that is 200 red chips to get enough for one machine to start pumping out Navens as modules. Okay. That's actually not that bad. I was just surprised. And then once we get this blue science tech done, we're pretty much in the, like, we can research whatever we want phase of the world, and just get to kind of decide what are the things that we need improvements in. We should think about Bodos at some point. Bodos? But, that's, next... Oh, this is what we should get moving towards. Especially once we have power, is figuring out vat brains and that process. I do want to get Grodd and Muckmocks researched, because getting the AL stuff researched is important. But we're going to want vat brains around our transition to chemical science. And then I guess I'll start these guys going as well. We're pretty close to being able to, like, build those without it costing us, or without it feeling like it costs us $1 million. Cool. Yeah, I think we're going to get this hydrogen peroxide delivery very, very soon. And then that is 3.75 into 12 point... Is it 12.25, actually? Uh, 150 over 18. What a horrible number. But it triples. Okay, there we go. 50 hydrogen peroxide into 150 etching solution. That's what I care about. It triples. I'm watching this like a hawk, trying to make sure that when I see it go, it actually gets delivered to the right place now that I fixed that priority issue. Alright. And this batch of anthraquinone should be enough to get the peroxide machine running, until we get the next delivery here. Because it halves, and we already have more than a train load, so... Or more than half a train load. I guess I could grab one more filter and get peroxide running a little bit faster. I don't know if it matters. Are they ratioed right now? What do you use? 37 a second, and you make 50 a second? So technically, this can outpace this. We do have some other anthraquinone demand, like when the base is running steady state. Not a lot, but some. So, I don't know if it's worth building the second one or not to run at the full 50 a second. $17,000. No, watching number go up slowly is not the most exciting Factorio content, but again, I really want to make sure that fixing that priority thing actually fixed this, and I don't want to I don't want to lose track of what we're doing here. Whoop. Just doing a quick run along this whole path, make sure the bots don't see anything they need to do. Instead of looking at it on the map view, let's just head over there for real, and on the way over, we can maybe fix our highways if we have to, although it looks like it is pretty good here. Oh, it's good to hear the bottom's not done. Okay, we need to do this leg of the whole thing. Somewhere here there must be a fuel station. What here uses fuel? Why are these weird? Ah, there is a fuel station. Okay. I'm not crazy. $19K. Did the whole thing off by one. There we go. And as always, the last thing, clean out rocks and trees. How are we doing up here? Peroxide train? Not quite. Still running, right? I didn't, do the mental math wrong. Yeah, we still have plenty of anthraquinone. All right. My curve blueprint have a weird extraneous... I've noticed it in a couple places now. That would be unfortunate. There it is again. Look at that. So the answer is yes. I think my elbow blueprint does have a weird extraneous signal on it. Cool. I think this is the last, like, part of the base that I haven't gotten the main paths paved on. So we are finally caught up on paving from all the places that I skipped previously as an expedience, and now deeply regret skipping. But yeah, you can see why I have to also clear all the trees, clear all the rubble, every time I end up in flight mode. Slows me down a lot. Alright, Peroxide, you gotta be close. Very close. Alright, that says 25K. Is that enough for LTN? Delivery? Delivery? Let's see it. We are going to have an ad break very shortly. I'll just basically, yes, okay, it's going to where I want it to go. Finally. I was going to say, I will keep doing this little thing during the ad break. I recommend everyone get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as human beings. When we come back, hopefully we're going to see that our silicon is moving and grooving again. Unless the etching solution ends up going to, like, PCB substrate, which, it could. That's pretty close to wanting a delivery. But etching solution triples, so we should get multiple deliveries out of the one delivery of peroxide. All right. Peroxide delivered. This should now be requesting, yes, lard. Do we have lard for it? God, I hope so. Not a lot. Only like a quarter of what we would need. Trits aren't running. Is that just because... Yeah, they're going. Okay. Oh yeah, nearly a delivery. That's fine. I don't think the trit slaughter is actually ratioed, so it is absolutely fine that it, like, doesn't run sometimes. It is going to take just a minute until we get enough lard for this delivery, though, unfortunately. Oh, that's just that other filter for peroxide that we don't need. That's fine. So I think as long as we get this large delivery here, and I see no reason it shouldn't come here, because the other one that requests it is low priority. Yeah, this oleochemicals. This is like the, if we have spare lard, go ahead and turn it into oleochemicals station. What about down here, though? Oh yeah, glycerol is, like, nearly full. Which means that we probably aren't requesting lard here right now. We're not requesting lard here right now. Cool. So, the other thing we need for the etching solution is lard, is what I was saying over the break. That is slowly accruing over here. We're up to, like, almost 700. It's not coming super fast, but it's coming. So, we'll end up with a load of lard soon. And I think a load of trits are almost ready as well, and that'll just be more lard. Very nearly. It's trying. Alright, but we did finally get peroxide to etching solution, and that is what matters. Cool. We built that. And again, because the peroxide to etching solution, like, triples it, now that we have... I do still want to scale the Zeiss more, like I was talking about at the start of the stream. But, like, we should be getting at least a couple big deliveries. At least one delivery of etching solution here. Actually, I think 2, maybe 3 here. Because we'll have... The other thing that uses it is this printed circuit substrate, and this says 45K. And I don't know if that is just under 45 and getting rounded up, or just below 45. Or sorry, I don't know if that's getting rounded up or down. If it's getting rounded up, Cybersyn might do a delivery here. If it's getting rounded down, Cybersyn won't, because, like, 70,000 minus 45,000 is 25,000, and that's a train load. So I'm just not sure. But at least 2 of the 3 train loads of etching solution are going to come here, because this has no reason to run. And that'll turn all of this back on, going full speed. And, yeah, hopefully we will... Do I need one more of these doing wafers? Did I double check that when I added prod modules to everything? I bet I didn't. So, silicon wafers, productivity modules. .4125. Yeah. All right. And our other silicon types are using 2.25. Oh, I mean, these will use heaps of it. So the answer is like, yeah, maybe. But how much electronic grade silicon do we make? That's really the Also, can I prod any part of this? No. So we make 1 a second. So we can push this up. I mean, it's pretty much at the 1 a second, isn't it? All right. So when I had this at 0.5 a second without prod... Oh, that was 1.25, so it couldn't actually run full speed. Okay. So I could put one more machine, but it would be running at like 6/94ths. The whole thing would only be running like 6.5% faster. 6.5% is 6.5%. Probably not worth it though. Not worth messing around with. But that does mean that I want prod modules in those. Since they were not running at full speed before. And these are all prodded? Yeah, these are all prodded. Good. How are we doing? Almost 1,000 of the 2,000 that we need for our delivery. How are the trits doing? I want that delivery of trits to happen, because that will drastically increase the amount of lard we're getting for a short burst. But yeah, that's only half a train so far. Not super useful. I mean, I could, I guess, if I so desired, change the train limit on this so that it requests a little bit earlier. Oh no! Our train limit! There we go. Now we're getting the delivery over here. That's what we want. It's gonna happen. We're gonna turn our silicon back on and we're gonna watch the whole process. Lard train. This will end up with a few extras, which is fine. Yep. And then this goes all the way across the map. The long drive. And I can reset the train limit on this now so that it'll actually get the right delivery next time. This is purely for expedience. Since these don't use that much lard. It's like 1.5 lard, 3 lard to 50 etching solution or something like that. So Oh, and these are prodded now even. Double excellent. Okay. $23,000. These should only have to run a few times for this to trigger a delivery of the etching solution. Because it is... already so close. I guess I could drop down one more of these since they're running at 3/4 speed. What's our ratios there, actually, since I prodded etching solution? We make 24.8 a second. We consume 9, 18, 21, 23 and a half. Okay, so we do make enough. We make enough to run all of this stuff at full speed, and certainly, again, silicon cannot run at full speed because we need a better silicon wafer recipe. I talked about this way back when I did silicon, but Chem Science gives us this recipe, which is just, like, immediately better. And we could probably prod it at multiple steps, too. And this uses significantly less of the electronic-grade silicon and produces a lot more silicon wafers at the cost of a few more advanced intermediates. But it's going to be at one of our early targets in Blue Science because it's going to be the thing that helps us get red chips like actually running it close to full speed. All right. You're going to KDS 71. Is that this station? That is this station. All right. Silicon's finally turning back on. Woohoo! Can I even see if I check sorry. What am I trying to do? Over the past 10 hours? Nope. 50 hours? There it is. The last time we produced heavily N-doped silicon was 25 hours ago. Oh no. So this is why I've been pushing on this for so long, for so many episodes, for us to get this stuff working right again. 'Cause we need it badly. And right now with prod, these guys are obviously running a little bit slowly, but you're going to see pretty quickly these this buffer of excess wafers that we got coming through here is going to run out. Also, I have some kind of something wrong? Oh, no, never mind. These guys legitimately just only take the silicon and no solids. But yeah, as we pull through all of the silicon wafers that are buffered on the belts, we'll slow down, and then the prod will matter a lot more. Train unexpectedly returned to the depot. Are our depots still that oversaturated? The answer appears to be yes. Interesting. But the, woo! Yeah, we're gonna be making whatever our prodded numbers are, and I think some of these spikes are from prod, obviously. But the, you know, this graph is, like I said, we're gonna end up with that graph sort of stabilizing at a much smaller amount per minute relatively soon. We're gonna run out of all of our buffers for these things. Apparently the light N-type buffers a lot more just because of how I decided to run the belts together. That wasn't really an intentional thing. And it doesn't really matter in the long term when everything is running at full speed or whatever. Cool. If we come around here, yeah, everything is starting to more fully buffer. So the two lightly doped silicons should stop production pretty shortly, because I believe those are already fully provided to everything. Yes. We're pretty much just waiting on the heavy N-doped silicon, so all of our silicon wafers, these will stop. We'll rebuffer silicon wafers through here, and then we'll, you know, these buffers will have to back all the way up, which is probably not the way I should do this. I guess what I could do, instead of turning the machines on and off, is turn the belts on and off to these 3 different paths for the 3 different types of silicon. And that way... yeah, I like that. Lightly P-doped, less than 8400. So that is... this one. And all this moving this switch here does is keep stuff from buffering that we don't necessarily want to buffer. $3,200 for this one. And that's based on, like, the demand ratio for them. So... I did some math on those numbers to come up with the, like... how much they were each gonna consume, or how much consumption we had for each type of silicon. And I did that math a long time ago. And I've forgotten exactly how it works out, but I do remember I did the math. But yeah, what should happen as we get close to 8,400 in either of these, apparently it's going to be, it might be this one first. But we'll turn off feeding silicon into each lane. I just want to make sure that this updated way of turning everything off works. I don't know why it wouldn't, but, you know, things go wrong. And then once this one turns off, we should see this, you know, what is only a trickle of these silicon wafers, of course. You know, will get redirected to these guys, and eventually fully to these guys. And then as the different types of silicon get used, the gates turn back on again, and we can produce whatever we need. But it's just sort of an automatic, like, it attempts to keep things rebalanced. Like, in theory, this correctly input balances for the ratios of our consumption. Approximately. It's not actually 331. So doing the extra sort of turning the machines off and on helps adjust for any misalignment in the actual demand. Oop, but we can see our various, our buffers have started to run dry in all of these machines, and they are running a lot less frequently now, which is exactly what I was afraid of, or not really afraid of. I knew it was going to happen. $17K etching solution. Oh, we still have peroxide. Oh, we're waiting for lard again. Fair enough. I forgot how slow this silicon production actually is. Having this be turned off for so long was really kind of devastating. Just because it does make it, like, we lost so much time on running these very slow recipes. There's not a lot we can do about that now, but... Alright, so that's at 8.4, so this should have... Yeah, turn itself off. And it's still going to buffer a little bit, like, inside the balancer, because that's what it does. But instead of buffering, you know, hundreds and hundreds of them through here, it's only going to buffer a couple dozen at most, which should help the whole thing eventually it will start putting things on the correct. You know what else? Let's, if I do you, does that work? Okay, that does work. That's going to buffer a little bit more, but what it does is it keeps everything on the same side of the belt, just like it is for these other ones. I don't know if that really matters, but it makes me feel better. changing things as I go here. Now, can I do that same thing for... Not really. I was going to say, can I figure out how to do the same thing for this one? Actually, yes. That, I think, is what I wanted to do. So now these are the same, and they'll just buffer a small line right here. And this one is... Let's fix the weirdness I did with that. Let's make sure that these are all waiting on the right type of silicon, and they are. I think that's good. I think that'll do what I want. We should see each of these kind of back up a little more. Drop all the ones I picked up in that machine, because that's the one that I really need to have running. Although I think what I'm going to see is that when this one is backed up, because we don't have a recirculation on this side, we're going to end up going to... Yeah, this won't balance correctly when it's backed up anymore, but that's okay. What'll end up happening is, like, it'll end up being, like, 50-50 instead of kind of what the ratio is supposed to be in free flow mode. Because everything that's meant for this set can come through this one now. Can I fix that? I don't think so. I think I'd have to have overflows on, like, both sides, kind of... Anywhere I want to gate it, I'd need to have a splitter and have it be able to recycle or something like that. It gets weird. So I think I'm not going to worry about that case. Like, I think this will end up in a... It'll end up in a fine state eventually. Like, If this runs more than this one, because this one is getting all of this one's input, then, like, ultimately this one will eventually just turn off, and then this one gets all the input, right? Like, who cares? It'll do the right thing eventually. The point here is really just to make sure that we're not... And yeah, it's only a few thousand items that would be buffered all the way through the belts here, but rather than letting everything back up all the way like that, we just turn it off a little bit early. Keep the ridiculous buffering down a little bit. Because this stuff is expensive. Etching solution is doing fine. Yeah, this doesn't use that much of it. Like, really? Especially when they're not running full speed, so... And then it's going to take a couple deliveries of that heavily end-doped silicon for everything to turn on. I don't know if we're going to get it to transistors first or to MOSFETs first. But, like, MOSFETs I have unapologetically raided, right, to get other things fed. So MOSFETs are going to have to reaccumulate. What's waiting here? This is waiting for transistors. Okay. So if we do get MOSFETs first, which we might, those will get shipped over here to electronics. Well, maybe not. They might get shipped here. And then get shipped to electronics. But this needs transistors to turn on. So it's going to take a few deliveries of both kinds of silicon for everything to, like, stabilize and get running fully, which we knew. I think these guys turn off at 5,000 MOSFETs? Sure. Like that'll ever happen. They stack to 100. So that's 50 stacks. Somewhat arbitrary number, I think. Again, we're just trying not to let some of these things buffer to the point of absurdity. Yeah, these ones only buffer to 3,000. MOSFETs buffer to 50 because they're used in 2 places, I think. I think that was my logic when I set that up. It sounds like something I would do. Ugh. Okay. How are we doing here? That's going to take a little while longer to actually run. That is still accumulating as well. Is this 5 to 10? Okay. Or 5 to 11, I guess, technically, because of the prod module. So, yeah, as soon as this hits 2,000, just needs another 800 of them, we'll be good. How are our other bottlenecks doing? The mall is... trying to run. Oh, pumps are backed up. Excellent. Does that mean we have some orange inserters? We have some orange inserters, not enough. So that is a, something we are still waiting on. I don't see copper here. What is the status of copper in the base? Make sure that hasn't broken again. I feel like so much of my life is just watching. Looks like we do have some, like, broader copper demand in the base right now, so that's why the mall is not getting deliveries, I hope. Yeah, I mean, this is running. I think this one is supposed to only run part-time. I think that's okay. But, like, this all looks like it's running full speed. Nothing is jumping out to me as... I don't see any reds or yellows. We don't look bottlenecked. We've got plenty of copper ore. We've got plenty of all of our other stuff. And of course, we need to make our next delivery to... Yeah, we have lots of things that need it, actually. Is Akitsuna? Is this... Yeah, tint cable. Oh, wow. What the heck uses all my tint cable? Eh? Capacitors apparently use a bunch. At least it stacks to 200. But geez. What else uses it? Inductors. I don't know what this is. Ah, diodes. No. Microchips. But I bet a lot of it is actually going into mechanical parts. One of these things uses it. Yeah. Utility boxes. Should I prod all of these? Maybe. Maybe I should prod all of this stuff. I prodded all of the mechanical parts too, which was definitely, like, the right choice. But, other stuff I haven't yet. Yeah. This is all broken because antimony has been broken because I got halfway through a refactor earlier in the stream and then ran out of orange inserters. Which is why I care so much about engine units. Because every engine unit is one step closer to us being able to go and fix antimony. Every 3 engine units is one step closer to us being able to go and fix antimony. Oh, my base is such a disaster. But, I mean, ultimately, I don't think we will have any more prod modules down here right now because we've been... Yeah, we don't. I could get... I have a few more electronics down here, so, like... we could get some more going, but not, like, heaps more going. What does this need? MOSFETs. Alright. Really, we just need to hope that our heavily N-doped silicon goes to MOSFETs, and that our first delivery of MOSFETs goes to... Oof, and that's 1-to-1 too. That's awful. Well, 1-to-1.1. Fraud. But still, that's still awful. So, yeah, we really just have to hope that when we get this heavily doped silicon, it does the right thing for us. Goes to MOSFETs. It goes to transistors first, like, so be it. Everything will eventually shake itself out, but this just takes so long. I guess I could change our train sizes so that the sort of back and forth of cybersyn between them happens a little more frequently, but doesn't really matter in the end. Because, yeah, I've pulled, like, every MOSFET out of everything to run that, to get as many prod modules as I was able to get so far. These guys are running pretty much as close to as fast as possible. They are using 0.95 electronic grade silicon a second, and we're making 1 a second, theoretically, up here. So, it's really not worth adding another one of these for a approximately 6% boost. I don't think so, anyway. Just gotta wait it out. Nine. How many of those am I gonna need to actually fix antimony? That's a good question. What am I looking for? This. $24 minus 7 is 17 there. 14 here. That's 31. 33 of them in total. Okay. And that's so that's 100 engine units, assuming all the engine units go to Jesus, I'm having a brain fart. Sorry. Assuming all the engine units go to these guys, it's like 100 engine units. So, we're gonna have... There's 10! Okay. So it's getting there. Everything is getting there. Slowly but surely. Yeah, we do still have engines that are going up here to other crafts, though. And once that sort of settles down, it'll be fine. I don't know if the molybdenum mine is the only thing that engines are going to or not. I do see an awful lot of yellow and not a lot of red here, which is fantastic. What is red? Duralumin, duralumin, duralumin. Storage tanks, which is more duralumin. Duralumin. Gearboxes, okay. Heat pipes is duralumin. Duralumin? Duralumin. Electric engine units. Okay, that's fair. Particle accelerators. I get that. This guy is regular engine units. Yes. This guy is duralumin. Storage tanks, which is duralumin. Okay. So that's the only thing that anything is now blocked on in the mall. Like, we're finally freaking caught up. It's just duralumin. As far as duralumin running down here, it almost certainly just doesn't have, it doesn't have copper. And that's just because we're not consistently delivering copper to the belt base when it's used in the rail base. But everything else kind of getting caught up here is great. Fluid mining drills still not caught up, but apparently are no longer... I mean, I'm sure that they are, like, in demand as an ingredient for some of these things that are blocked on other things. Maybe not. So we might be caught up on our fluid mining drill demand, too. Zoomed in a little more closely so I can get a better look for red spots. But yeah, I don't see anything here blocked on wanting fluid mining drills. Okay, so those should reaccumulate pretty quickly when we have copper coming into the base again, or coming into the mall again. And then pretty much the only other thing, apparently electric mining drills were used for a bunch of stuff. And then all this stuff, right? Shafts and gearboxes are still totally screwy, and it's going to take a while for those to catch up when copper is still not reliably coming into the base. Oh, but even here, we're at 37 of these. So, like, we're getting there, is what I'm saying. But it does seem like there's some catching up to do on copper demand before the mall is going to get another delivery. Which, again, totally fine. It's how the system is designed. Oh, stainless is running. Why is stainless running? Oh, because small parts are running. Why are these running? $350 more. And then how close is this to, also about 350 more. All right. So this is going to back up at right about the same time this one makes a delivery, and then these two are going to turn back on because they'll get deliveries pulled out of them. Yep. So these are the two that we're waiting for. I don't know. I don't know if I can see from CyberSyn which one is gonna get a delivery next. Like, they're just... wherever it's tracking that internally, the round-robin details, I don't think that view provides it. I'd probably have to go into the Lua console and screw around with the internals, which I'm not going to do right now. The other thing I suppose I could do, rather than down prioritizing them all, is up prioritize them all, give it the opportunity to fully saturate and back up, and then the rest of the base will eventually start getting copper again. And doing this would have been a terrible idea like 10 hours ago, but I think at this point it is fixed enough that I want it, like, to be able to run and finish catching itself up. And, like, I need buildings and stuff available. I need these things to be done and good to go. I can't play the game without my mall. Let's try it. Let's see how horribly this breaks everything. I'm hoping this will just get, like, a few deliveries and will saturate, and then everything else will get just, like, normal afterwards. I don't know if I can say for certain that that's what's going to happen, but it is what I would really like to see. But, like, ultimately, depending on how fast copper is being produced versus how fast it'll be consumed in the mall, and I do think we are making more than a belt per second. In fact, I'm quite certain we are. So our overall, like, the mall should saturate, and then we'll start getting deliveries elsewhere. But to some extent, that is a little bit of a should. Yeah, we're making, like, 2 belts. So the mall should saturate pretty quickly. And then it'll just kind of alternate between deliveries to the mall and deliveries to the rest of the base until, like, all of the mall demand is finally met. This could be a terrible idea. It probably is a terrible idea. But you know what? That's fine. We're doing a little bit of science. That's all. And this should immediately start getting additional copper deliveries. Yeah, there we go. There's already 2 trains on the way. Again, this is probably a bad idea, but I want to see if it's enough to get some things running more consistently and get them all into a happier place. Like, how screwed up is my... Oh, I still pull batteries from here? Oops. Are other batteries not running? No, other batteries are running. All right, I need to fix that. I want the batteries that are still made in the belt base up here, just like I did for the circuits. I want the batteries to only be for the mall at this point. I don't want that stuff to end up, like, out on the rail base. So we can turn off that battery provider chest, or at least make it low priority. I think just turn it off. All right, so we got this belt here. This belt is going to be circuits plus batteries coming out this way. And it is going to be an ad break real shortly, so I appreciate folks hanging around. And then we send circuits up this way, prioritized that way, and batteries down here. Okay. Sure. But don't we send batteries up to the mall? Apparently not on this belt. Which means from somewhere else? From here, yes. Okay. So this comes down. I think we just disconnect this, is what we do. Yeah, and this is all waiting for copper down here, as expected. But okay, that should stop, to some extent, sending things to rails that don't need to go to rails. I should clean up these, whatever. What's there will get used, or it won't. It's fine. But that way we're just keeping the belt base and the mall. I'm trying to keep the rail base and the old belt base kind of not dependent on each other. Obviously, we're now feeding some materials into the belt base. But otherwise... Ooh, I need to fix my request numbers. So I've got these set stupid. Alright. I think that's probably what I want now. Bots are just having a field day. 14 stack inserters. Still not enough. Uh-oh. That's bad. turn you off. Why? What's backed up? Oh, we're backed up on meat here. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Okay. Yeah, this is bad. Real bad, actually. Obviously, this is not enough bandwidth to get jerky out of all of these stations. Welcome back, folks. I think we have a problem. And that problem is that our meat is backed up and stuff is spoiling on the belt behind it, which is how I became aware of that problem. Because I have this alarm here. I turned the alarm off. I don't know exactly when the ad break ended, but I'm sure some of you heard it. But we've got BioCrud here, and that means stuff is spoiling on the belt. So we gotta come down here, and we gotta figure out how to... Either we need more buffer space so that stuff that decays gets pulled through and removed, or at the very least, we need to be able to pull more jerky out. But yeah, I think for our, like, production, we don't have enough buffer for, like, how long it takes for all that meat to decay. And apparently I don't have a meat void. So let's head down there. The short-term fix is to just add another warehouse so that, like, you know, decay priority does its thing, and we end up with, more meat, just, you know, we just so we have the space for all the meat to decay when it's not in high demand. We also do need to make sure that we can pull out that decayed meat fast enough, and it really didn't look like I had enough outserters on the meat warehouse for that to happen. So both of those are a problem. So first things first, let's fix the outserter issue. Alright, so that's that part. But also, even with moving things with decay priority in here, we just don't have enough storage space for all of it. So, that is where we do this. Alright. So now we have just as many outserters as inserters, and we have more capacity to buffer things while they decay. And let's see if that is enough to get everything here moving again. I'm also worried about this belt backing up on to 1/2 here of skin and lard coming through. Although that might have just been because we're backed up on meat so far. It's going to take a second to kind of get a feel for what this is going to be doing in the steady state. I'm glad my alarm works. I think in theory we only need these guys on this one, not on this one. Oh, and also this is just wrong. Yeah, because we do decay priority, right? So these should always be less. Yeah. Let's not do that then. And these are decay priority, yes. Yes, okay. Think like 2 minutes is the soonest another chunk decays. So that is... All right, this looks like it's all coming through now. I don't see any... I mean, obviously, whatever this belt is very full of stuff still. Oh, the trits, yeah. Trits do output a ton of stuff. And they're probably still, oh no. I was going to say they're probably still a little bit backed up, but I think they are caught up on emptying themselves out. Are these guys? Maybe not. All right. Well, the question now is, like, for how much meat per second we're producing and how many seconds it takes, 4 hours that it takes meat to decay. So that's 3,600 seconds times 4. Yeah. 14.4 thousand seconds. And we make however much meat we make. Geez, I have no idea. We need enough storage for 14.4 thousand times how much meat per second we make, right? What I really should do is, like, here, let's save. I'm going to go ahead and install rate calculator. I should have done this a long time ago. And are we back? OBS crashed. Love to see it. Hopefully... Oh, the VOD is probably corrupted. That's going to be cool. But let's see. With rate calculator here, let's see how much meat per second we're making. Meat is 6 per second. Okay. So it's 6 per second, and we need like 6.4 per second. Right? Is that what I saw? Oh, I closed the window. Shouldn't have closed the window. Uh, 6.4. Yeah, we'll call it 6.4 per second. We need to store about 90,000 meat for it all to decay. We do have some demand for meat, but this is only like 40,000. So... that's like 70,000. And obviously that's like the worst case. And we do have some demand for meat, like it's used in science, it's used for digosaurs, so... it is, I think, fine. Do I need to filter these guys to meat? That way, if they do ever end up with... I don't think it'll be a big deal on these. But that way, if something decays in their hand, they'll deposit it immediately. These ones should always be moving things in bulk, and it should be the least decayed stuff because we're doing decay priority. These ones could end up with stuff decaying in their hands. I'm not sure. We'll have to keep an eye on this and see if these things do end up with, Honestly, we really don't need to be using stack inserters here to do this motion, do we? Maybe we should, like, clean this up. Because then it's not a problem, because then they just won't buffer stuff. Oh, shoot. Decay priority. I don't know why I decided these needed to be stack inserters in the first place. It's kind of silly. It's absolutely overkill. squeeze in one more? Absolutely I can. Alright, and then when I grab stuff and drop it in, the decay priority should make magic happen. And we should be, like, filtering through the oldest stuff first. Just by virtue of it existing. I think we can take this out and turn this alert back on. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of these. Is enough to store... Yeah, that's like 80,000 meat. So in theory, it's enough that we can spoil all of the meat that we're making. Well, almost all of it. I guess we need one more, technically. But... And, like, through the magic of decay priority, these are pulling in older ones, or pulling out older ones rather than the new ones that are going in. And same here, we're pulling out older ones. Although we're putting... they're stacking on top of the ones we're taking out. Ooh. Is this just averaging all of our decay? Is this going to turn into a disaster where all of this spoils, like, simultaneously? That would be bad. And here's a question. Yeah, they prefer the decayed meat to come out. Yeah, all this kind of got averaged out. But yeah, because they're decay priority, they don't pull the jerky through, and that's what I was afraid of. So I think we need to do a little combinator magic here to set their filter to jerky when there's jerky, and otherwise leave it at meat. So let's see if we can do that. Can I do that with one decider? That would be cool. Oh, I can. Well, no, I can do it with one decider and one constant combinator, but not with one... Because if I just read the contents here... Yeah, one decider, one constant. Not like that. Like that. And then to all of the machines. The constant is going to output meat 1. These guys are all set filters. And then this guy says if jerky greater than 0, output jerky. And output meat at -1. And that sets their filter. Cool, that worked. And that'll do that for all of these. So if ever there is jerky, they will try to get rid of the jerky. And it'll get forwarded all the way down first. Otherwise, they fall back to putting through the most spoiled meat. I think this is right. There's probably a simpler way to do this. But it gets the job done. I guess I only need the one constant combinator, but then I have to, like, deal with isolating the networks, and meh. Too much effort. Since everything kind of got averaged out anyway, I'm just helping out. There we go. Ended up with some brains. Those can go in here. And then again, with decay priority, these should ultimately, and like, yes, all of this stuff kind of decays at the same time because it got averaged out pretty badly. Yeah, not terribly badly. Okay. But these will pull through, you know, the most decayed ones, and then if they do decay, again, we'll get the filter's set. It'll pull the jerky through as far as it can, as quickly as it can. Lard is coming through, I think, more quickly now. So this may have been broken for quite a while, and, like, I was zoomed in looking at the lard earlier, and I didn't really process that, like, oh, this is a lot slower than it should be. There's something wrong up here. And these guys, when stuff decays in their hands, they'll just put it in the train, and then it'll get taken right out. So that's fine. Let's make this a full complement of outserters there. Not that we're actually taking these in at a full belt worth of meat, but it's a lot of meat. So it's nice to make sure we have the inserter capacity, and that way I don't screw it up later, because I have been known to increase my production without changing my outserters, and then I get sad. Alright. I think this is going to have to be good for now. I mean, it's hard to tell until we see this sit for another, like, couple of hours, how it handles the decay and if it pulls jerky through, so we might just have to check on that later. What we can do now, though, is I should have everything I need for fixing up antimony, because I pulled a bunch of those orange inserters out of metal, or out of meat, rather, not metal, and jerky over there, so. And everything here will be, like, absolutely broken on getting its ash out right now. This whole thing has been totally backed up on ash, actually. There we go. Ash problem solved. Oh, and I still need more of these. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more? Okay. Do we have those available? If we do, I kind of just want to grab them and get it done. Oh, 27. Wow. All right. Yeah. So yeah, let's just go grab those and let's get those last inserters done on the antimony, and that way I am not going to forget that I need to do that. How are we doing down here? It's trying. It's trying really hard. Do I actually have all my pumps? Was I finally gifted 50 pumps? I was. What are we doing here? Oh, you must have gotten just enough duralumin to briefly run, which doesn't surprise me, actually. If we've got... Yeah, we do. We have just a little bit of duralumin coming through. It's all kind of ending up in this inserter's hand right now. But slowly but surely, our duralumin is going to catch up again. Demand down here. Gearboxes. All right. That makes sense. But, yeah, to blue inserters, which are running right now. How badly did I screw up, like, the copper in the rest of the base is really the question. And the answer is, not that badly. Like, there's a couple of things that need copper, but it seems like we sort of saturated here, and we're also getting deliveries elsewhere. It's exactly what I expected it to do. Okay. Let's head back to Antimony. Let's drop off these last few stack inserters for the ash output there, because that is important. That will back up if it does not have enough throughput. And then maybe we can finally do the thing that I said I wanted to do way at the start of the episode before I got distracted by a dozen other things, and we could look into... setting up our new Xi build, like I said I wanted to do. I wonder if this is not quite totally right, but it's okay. I think it's fine. I think we have plenty of space on this belt for everything, so... Like, we're expecting heaps of ash here. That is absolutely part of the plan and of the situation. I'm going to set the threshold on this to... Well, actually, ash stacks to 1,000, so even if we do get all the way up to here, like... It takes a minute for that to get its, Ooh. Something delivered somewhere. Ooh, this is very dangerously close to having a delivery of MOSFETs ready. Okay. Yeah, I mean, as long as we're doing other things and not trying to watch these processes, they really don't take that long, right? We're talking on the order of tens of minutes to an hour or two, not stuff that takes tens of hours. But clearly this is, still slow. Ugh. Pardon me. Oh, I inhaled my tea. That was not a good feeling. Oof. So yeah, these are at, 6.8 and 6.7. So I'm going to bet that as soon as the heavily end-doped started pulling through, this had to get deliveries of the other two silicon types. So it, So all of them are running again, unfortunately. But the system is working as designed, right? They stop when they back up, and then they run until they need to get sent somewhere. The reality is that the heavily end-doped is the limiting factor, and it's gonna be. And it's not quite 3 to 3 to 1 in the ratios, which is also why things are kind of funky. Cool. But yeah, I think I saw this is already like halfway full again. It is. So we're going to do okay there. Ash output is being managed. All right. We're keeping up with it. That is good. Are we keeping up now with coal now that the system is actually running? Are we keeping up with plastic? Ooh. Ooh. Is that gonna be okay? Yes, everything gets side-loaded. Cool. Yeah, I mean, there's already 2 coke trains dispatched here, but we're running out of fuel. This is what I was afraid of. We'll see. But we just go through so much fuel. And, like, yes, right now the system is catching back up because it's been broken. And it's, like, absolutely worst case, everything's running full tilt right now. And that's always tough. Yeah, I mean, there's already more trains dispatched for both the antimony ore and for the coke, so it's trying to catch up. It's trying real hard, and it might very well do so. Look at all that antimony, though. I haven't seen this much antimony running out of this system in a long time. We must have pulled through some antimony pulp because we were doing the silicon processing. Yeah. So these guys are all about to back up on the antimony pulp too. And then they'll stop making antimony concentrate, and that'll make these ones stop. But yeah, these pipes are full right now just because the these weren't running because they were full of ash. Yeah, there we go. All right, those are full now, backed up. So these guys will drain all of this antimony concentrate. All of the antimony ore is going to start going to these guys. These guys would have started turning off. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. It's exactly what you wanted to see, or expected to see, is that when we're processing the antimony, for antimony concentrate, these don't run as often. So that's looking really good. The real question is, will our antimony oxide actually catch up now that the system is sort of actually running? And I don't know. Iron Nexalate Antimony Special Alloy needs to catch up. Whatever this is needs to catch up. This. Oh, lead antimony alloy. From molten lead? From molten lead. Ooh, yeah, and that's almost out. So that's, our antimony has been on the ropes for a while for various reasons. So it's good to see that it seems to be running stably now. Like, running as expected, even. But our antimony demand is way backed up. So it's going to take a minute for all of that to kind of really unblock itself again, unfortunately. Ooh, molten copper is also catching up. Does that mean that our duralumin on rails is like fully... Not fully, but pretty close to fully. Awesome. That's good to see. We could feed this into the mall if we really wanted to, but I think with copper running again, all of this is unblocked and it'll get itself, like, rebuffered and resaturated eventually. Might take a minute, but it'll get there. Yep, I see duralumin coming through, and I see intermetallics coming through. I did put intermetallics up here, and I should probably take them off. That was small parts? Yeah, I'll take those off too, actually. I think that should... Yeah, I don't think we need these coming in anymore now that we have things kind of fixed up and running down here. Yes, it's still going to be a little while until small parts, like, actually fully back up and end up in the provider chests, but maybe not that long of a while? I'm curious where we're going with this yellow mining drill, because I thought I looked at everything that was turned off and saw that none of them needed these. So I'm genuinely curious where this bot is going to drop this off. I mean, the answer is up here somewhere, but, like, you don't take mining drills. Oop, here we go. Oh. What? Oh, you're saturated, but your chest is still not fully request filled. Okay. That makes sense. And then construction bots are having a field day right now because I told them to take apart this chest that has stuff in it, so they are, it's so rare we get to see the construction bots going wild, but they're gonna bring those over here. I mean, yeah, we're getting there. The mall is in much better shape than it was. I think the copper demand is leveling off. We check copper plate. I mean, the usual suspects still want copper, right? I think this is vitrolloy. This is small parts. Tinned cable. But we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. One step at a time. Alright, MOSFETs got delivered somewhere. And it was not here, which means they must have gotten sent over here. Nope. What else uses MOSFETs? Well, or they already went somewhere and they all got used. Which might mean they did get sent here? No. Oh, I think this did get a delivery of MOSFETs. Okay, this did get MOSFETs, but it's also still waiting for... Okay. Yeah, we're also waiting for transistors here. So that's going to be the thing. This is going to need a whole nother train load of the heavily N-doped to make it over to this station so transistors can run. And then that will be a delivery again over here. And then we'll have circuits running. And then our next batch of heavily N-doped will go to MOSFETs. And that will get, that'll come over here for electronics. I think everything else, yeah, so these need complex circuits. These need Bakelite. Why is Bakelite still a problem? Excuse me. We have all the phenol in the world. Uh-oh. Did I screw up the hydrogen output on these? I feel like I fixed that already. Maybe I did it in 2 places. So phenol was fine, but Bakelite was not running. But with all the zinc chloride machines going, there we go. Now we're running at the rates we want to see. And that should be able to get delivered where we need it now. What else can we check on? Antimony's looking good. Fueling is looking good. Okay, we are getting a lot more coke delivered. I think that's coming right up here. It is. Cool. And that is the antimony ore. Excellent. So yeah, I think this is stable. Finally. We're still burning through the 58.3% concentrate, and then we'll see how we really do, because this is going to use a lot more fuel when all of these are running. I think we also make more antimony oxide when all of those are running. Zyes are running. Sure. What else has been problematic for us? or phytoplankton has been problematic. It looks okay now. Yeah, we're kind of sitting at almost a load on this side and 5 deliveries here. So I'm okay with that. Fish was looking kind of sad. Still looking kind of sad. We might need to uprate fish. I've been saying that for a while, but it is still a possibility. So far, we've avoided it, but it's kind of sitting right on the edge there. Lard is looking good. That's coming through a lot better now that we fixed our meat issues. And then, yeah, we're going to have a lot of this decaying in pretty rapid succession because a lot of the... Again, a lot of the stuff got averaged out. Okay. I should probably redo this the same way that I did this, but that's a different problem. Not as important here because here we do have a void for excess guts, so they will get sent and turned into chlorine. And then excess chlorine comes down here and turns into tailings. And tailings get turned into mostly acid, I think. Speaking of acid, I should check on... We have heaps of sulfuric acid. Okay. Are we going to end up with too much acid gas now? That would be unfortunate. I'm sure I can find a use for more sulfuric acid, but still. Over here, still running. No. Yes, just slowly. Okay. Yeah, it's just the... We only make so many silicon wafers. What are we doing here? Peroxide is just about ready for delivery. Etching solution is getting more empty. That one is saturated on etching solution. This one might or might not take a delivery still. I think not. I think this one must have taken 2 deliveries already. Oh, 3 deliveries already, right? It's above 50? Yeah. So yeah, this one doesn't want to take one, so we might actually see some etching solution accumulate soon. That would be cool. But, yep, a lot of the base, unfortunately, is still going to be limited by the silicon production. All right. I don't think we're getting to Zeiss today. I'm getting a little tired, and I can tell that I'm getting a little spacey in my commentary. So let's call it here before I fall asleep at my computer. Thanks very much, everybody, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. If you're watching this on YouTube and want to watch my Factorio stuff live, there is a link to my Twitch down in the description. I stream every Tuesday and Thursday at 1 p.m. Pacific time. Tomorrow's wildcard game stream for Friday, I am still not sure what I'm gonna do. So we'll find out. I haven't decided if I want to try to do something for October still, spooky season, or I've been wanting to start Mars First Logistics. I think that would be fun. And also there was just a big Cogmind patch. So like I've got 3 options. I don't know which one it's going to be yet. It'll be a surprise. Otherwise, I'll see folks tomorrow, and I'll see folks on Tuesday for more Pyanodons. Thanks very much again.